at the Hog Show.
Good morning. What a beautiful sun-shining day, right? Not quite yet, but we'll get there. We do thank God every day for the rain that we've had, but He could certainly figure out how to make it rain without giving us all that mud. But we can't always have the best of everything, but we'll make do. We want to welcome you to today's 2024 Market Hog Show for the Preston County Buckwheat Festival. It's going to be an exciting day. We have a lot of great livestock coming up here to the show ring today. So we're going to go ahead and get started with a prayer. So if you would bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this glorious day. Thank you for bringing us together so that we can help to rear these youth up in an environment that is positive, encouraging, and teaching them real responsibilities in life. We just thank you for the abundance of blessings. We thank you for the safety of everyone here today. And we just ask that you place a hedge of protection around everyone. We also ask that you just calm our hearts and make sure that we exhibit the best sportsmanlike conduct in this competition. We know that these youth and families have worked extremely hard to get ready to cross that finish line, and we just ask that you continue to bless the event. And it's in your precious name that we pray. Amen. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the national anthem. to introduce our judge this morning for our hog show. Bradley Gill grew up in Newport, Pennsylvania, where agriculture has always been his passion. He was actively involved in 4-H and FFA, developing his leadership and judging skills. A member of the 1995 PA State FFA Livestock Judging Team, securing third individually in the state, and continued his success at the national level, finishing in the top 50 of individual contestants. Bradley graduated from Virginia Tech, we won't hold that against you, with an Associate of Animal Science, and later graduated from Albright College in PA with a bachelor's degree in accounting. Bradley currently is a tax accountant and owns RH2 Accounting and Tax Incorporated in Louisville, Pennsylvania, which specializes in tax preparation, payroll, and bookkeeping for individuals, small businesses, and agricultural operations. In his free time, he consults and mentors many youth showmen with their cattle and hog projects. Over the past 7 years, Bradley has hosted clipping and fitting clinics and had the opportunity to judge livestock shows in many northeastern states, Arizona, Michigan, and Florida. Bradley and his wife April, with 2 children, Summer and Johnny, own and operate Double G Show Cattle in Newport, Pennsylvania, where they specialize in Simmental and Maine influenced cattle and club calves. Please, let's give our judge a warm welcome.
Thank you all for being here. We're going to kick off our Market Hog Show with showmanship. We're ready for our senior division, exhibitors ages 16 and up in Class 1. We are looking for Isabel Hauser, Dixie Johnston, Jesse Moats, Gavin Jennings, Walker Hirschman, Julia Phillips, and Abigail Spade.
Starting off on a bad note.
All right, Judge, this is your flag. If class 2 could be waiting on deck, we need Aaron James, Matt Clancy, Christopher Price, Austin Tennant, Josie Burke, Michael Johnston, Brett Bolyard, and Bryson Brown.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure being back here this morning to sort through the hog show. Go ahead and let these hogs just settle for a second. I think, we started out with our senior division. I think we got 7 individuals that come out here, and are able to really come forth and start this show off pretty unique. And overall, I think there's some that kind of rose to the top pretty quick here for me, and others that just kind of took some time. But for me, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady coming straight at me here. She'll start off. just really smooth, consistent about how she controls this hog across the ring. Her body position and where she positions herself in terms of that hand-loin junction. Just her attentiveness to where she's at and what she's doing and control of that hog. She had more than a tendency to be more out in the open and visible to me at times, at most times. From there, we go ahead and use the young lady here in the pink in front of me. Feel she come into the ring maybe just a little bit slower in terms of things until she got kind of control of this gilt and then really kind of come on and really directed this gilt really nice and keeping that one out in front of me and just really keeping a lot of eye contact for me overall. The next two individuals were kind of a little different overall. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man. This young man, had a real issue right in the beginning. This hog didn't want to come off of the corner there, but really patient working with this one. Allowed this hog to settle in a little bit and finally got this one to start working. And as he did that, then he was able to kind of maneuver this hog out and really kind of start to give me that presentation I was looking for in terms of just that eye contact, his body posture, and really just kind of driving this one forward and keeping him in motion overall. The young lady here with her solid black pig will be next. This young lady come out here really strong. I feel like this one kind of lacked off a little bit in terms of just that control aspect of things as she progressed. I would like to see her kind of maybe keep a little bit more closer in her overall pattern in terms of presenting this one to me, but her body position, her eye contact was really good for me here this morning. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady there with a Berkshire kind of the hog next. This young lady come out here and really just drove this one hard. Did an excellent job keeping this one in motion, working it around the ring. Just like to see a little bit more intensity come forth out of this young lady. Maybe position herself a little better in terms of that body posture and bringing forth this one and driving this one just, a little bit closer in terms of them positions and views that I was looking for. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man here with our black belt. Again, one that I think certainly gave me the attentiveness I was looking for. Certainly had some control of this one. Kept it driving, kept it in motion, gave me some eye contact. Again, just maybe like to see a little bit more intensity out of it, a little bit better body posture as well. Now with the young man here with a right hook, one that I think, come out here, kept this one in motion, did a really nice job. Just like to see a little bit more attentiveness, a little bit more presentation directed to me in terms of bringing this one around to me, getting this one more views in front of me more often than really happening.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for our exhibitors. First place and coming back for senior champion is Julia Phillips. Second, Abigail Spade. Third, Jessie Moats. Fourth, Isabel Hauser. Fifth, Dixie Johnston. Sixth, Walker Hirschman. And seventh, Gavin Jennings. Now we need hogs from Aries Jennings, Max Hardesty, Benjamin Price, Austin Tennant, Josie Burke, Ethan Johnston, Brett Bolliard, and Bryson Brown. Judge, this is your class.
second class of seniors here. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady in the pink. As soon as she come through that gate, she was showing, and that's what I'd like to see. Your presentation starts not only as you enter the ring, but prior to the ring. And this young lady kind of really brought that on strong. Found me, knew where I was at, and kept that consistency from start to finish. I liked her body posture. I liked how she handled that whip and was really relaxed overall, and really had a lot of control with this hog. Go ahead and use the young man here in the glasses with our Berkshire looking pig. This young man kind of came out here and I think really drove this one pretty hard. Some of the things that I think that he could have worked on or maybe changed. Certainly I'd like to see maybe could bring that pig and give me a little bit more of the direction, the profile, a rear view and front view. He kind of worked out and around in front of me. Did a really nice job. Gave me some presentation and some visibility overall. Maybe just kind of remember that we're always looking at keeping that pig in between the judge and yourself. We don't really want to be crossing behind that hog, especially if the judge is analyzing things. Then from there, I think we got some differences overall, but I'm going to go ahead and use the young man there in the corner with the glasses. He come out here and I think he drove this one fairly well. Kept it moving, kept some eye contact with me. Certainly worked this one pretty easily around the rings overall. The young lady here in the upper plate jacket will be next, your fourth place individual. This young lady came out of here and certainly, gave me some presentation, gave me that eye contact. Just like to see her maybe kind of work on that control aspect. There was at times when you need to be a little bit more aggressive. I think she could have driven this one a little bit harder overall at times. She had a tendency to kind of get behind me. I'd like to see her bring this one and keep this one more out in front of me. We go ahead and use the young man here in front of me that's still out here, using the pole, the sword pole in comparison to the whip, but I think, there's nothing wrong with that in terms of driving this one. Just like you see him driving, maybe this a little bit harder and keeping him a little bit more in motion overall for me, but it certainly does a really nice job. We had three other individuals out here then rounding out that just didn't have as much control of their hogs overall in terms of getting them where I'd like to see them and getting them close to me in terms of their presentation overall. But a really nice job by these individuals.
I'm putting Bryson at 6 to keep him like max 7 from all your names. He had Max at 4. Yeah. He had Max versus she had 8. I thought he had Ben. Because he mentioned Ben Price's home. Okay.
What's this class here? Hey, hold on. Hey, ho.
They gotta do senior.
Still gotta do senior.
All right, thank you. Coming back from that class was Josie Burke in first place. Let's give it up for this class. Second place was Ethan Johnston. Third, Austin Tennant. Fourth, Aries Jennings. Fifth, Ben Price. Now we're working on our senior champion showman, and in the ring you will see Julia Phillips and Josie Burke. Coming up in our intermediate division, we will have 4 classes of those. So class 1 needs to be on deck, and that is Riley Mayfield, Bryson Nice, Brody McCleary, Alyssa Friend, Allison Owens, McKinley Kidwell, Taylor Tennant, Reagan Jennings, and Wyatt Yonker.
these two young ladies come out here and fighting strong with each other in terms of this senior division, and I think both of them are certainly out here doing an excellent job and driving these hogs pretty hard overall. Some things that I like to see, certainly when we're out here driving these hogs, it has a lot of determination, or it has some effect in terms of how much time you put into these hogs at home in terms of working them and training them overall and stuff. And it certainly does come out here into the ring where they see which ones are being worked with a little bit more, or certainly I know areas change, but I think for me, the young lady over here just kind of puts things together a little bit smoother. Body position, she has a little bit more control overall with this pig. Has some focus, knows what her pig's doing at times, still yet gives me that eye contact and the presentation. The young lady over here in the corner does a really nice job for me. Just like to see you just kind of focus a little bit at times on your pig. You have a tendency every now and then to not kind of know exactly what your pig's doing because your focus was totally on me. But great job by these two young ladies. Look forward to seeing this young lady back in the final round.
Congratulations to Julia Phillips. She will be our senior champion showman, and Josie Burke will be the reserve.
Hey, John, she wants to bring this one out too.
So we're ready for our class 1 of intermediate. We need Riley Mayfield, Bryson Nice, Brody McCleary, Alyssa Friend, Allison Owens, McKinley Kitwell, Taylor Tennant, Reagan Jennings, and Wyatt Yonker.
There's Bryson, but no hog. Oh no.
Judge, this is your class.
starting off our intermediate division here, and certainly, have a suggestion there, and we do need to keep moving forward and stuff. So there's three individuals in here that I think come to the top in terms of, out of the gate and finding me in presentation. The young man here in our Hawaiian shirt, he'll be returning back into your final class for your intermediate division. The young lady here in the blue, she'll be returning back for your intermediate division drive. The young man going away from me in the blue, he'll be returning back. Each of these other individuals did an excellent job, just not quite as much control with their hogs here in this class.
Returning in Class 1 of our intermediate division, in no particular order, is Riley Mayfield, Brody McCleary, and Alyssa Friend. Let's give a round of applause to these kids as they leave the ring today. We're ready for our Class 2 of intermediate. We're looking for Buck Moreland, Brady Adams, Peyton Schaefer, Donna Cavender, John Miklos, Lane Hostetler, Carter Wilt, Kylan Goins, and Cooper Mayfield.
Just an announcement for the hog barn. The doors on the front side are closed currently, so we can keep people out during the hog show. It's a very difficult task to get some of the animals up to the barn up here for the show. We're going to open those up so the airflow goes on through the barn, but there is absolutely no through traffic. That barn is closed to the general public and extra bodies that don't need to be in there at this time. Thank you.
Good.
Judge, this is your class.
second class of intermediate. I think we had a group of the young exhibitors come out here a little bit stronger than our first class overall in terms of just the intensity level that they brought forth. But for me, there's two individuals out here that I think, progressively do a really nice job, and I look forward to seeing them back. That'll be the young man coming straight at me with a blue hog, and then the young man here in front of me with the black belt hog. These two individuals will be returning for your comment.
Returning in Class 2, in no particular order, is Peyton Shaker and Carter Wilt. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they make their way back to the barn. In our next intermediate Class 3, we will be looking for Nathan Bernanowitz, Autumn Shoemaker, Brogan Feck, Clay Hayes, Kaylin Barker, Griffin McCrovey, Maya Lewis, Eli Riley, and Paige Bash.
No, I don't. If you do, you need some hard. Hey Shane, I'm Nicole. I do. At this point, I'm running. That's everybody? Good? Good?
Judge, this is your class.
Oh no.
What?
You let him run around, Buddy run around with him?
Oh my gosh, no way. Yeah. Yeah? When's they going?
When we get into shows such as this that are fairly large, and we look at the showmanship side of things and stuff, and it does take that effort right out of the gate. And I think there's two young ladies out here that I've seen as they progress and come out of that gate that just really caught my eye, and then they continue. There's some things I'd like to see them change. We always got to remember to keep that pig in between you and the judge overall, no matter if you're transitioning from sides. But this young lady right here in front of me, she'll be returning, and our young lady in red will be returning for our final intermediate prize.
It should be Autumn Shoemaker and Bailey.
Returning in Class 3 will be Autumn Shoemaker and Kaylin Barker. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barn. In Class 4, we're looking for Darren Lawson, Samuel Peasley, Colleen Hart, Gavin Stuchel, Alexis Atkins, Branson Roth, Olivia Sisler, and Eason Appleton. Judge, this is your class.
another really strong group of intermediates to round out, I think, this division. And I think there's two young gentlemen out here that just really kind of, jumped right through that gate and took control of things. And that's going to be the young man here in the pink. He'll be returning back for me. And then the young man here going away from me. He'll be returning back for me. Excellent job by these young individuals. I think the other exhibitors out here did an excellent job. Just need to work on a little bit more control overall in terms of getting those pigs where we need them to be at all times.
Returning in Class 4, Garen Lawson and Gavin Stuchel. Let's give a round of applause to the kids as they head back to the barn. Coming back to compete for our intermediate champion showman out of Class 1, we will have Riley Mayfield, Brody McCleary, Alyssa Friend. Out of Class 2, we will have Peyton Schaefer, Carter Wilkes. Out of Class 3, Autumn Shoemaker, Caitlin Larker. In Class 4, Garen Lawson, Gavin Stuchel.
certainly showing hogs can be difficult at times, especially when you start grouping up and get exhibitors that are so good out here in terms of working and crawl and crew with what they're supposed to be doing. I really, the presentation to the judge, my kids see it a lot in terms of any kind of circus, in terms of how it just starts getting so congregated out in the middle in front of the judge overall. And I think, when this happens, it really weeds out which ones are the ones that have a little bit more control in terms of getting out there and some visibility. But I think there's two out here that certainly really rose to the top. I think each of those really observed in the group overall, they were always visible. They were always in an open position. They were always working. When they had the opportunity, they brought that pick to me. They gave me those side views, the front views, that going away view. They kept their posture. They kept their cool. They were really relaxed in terms of how they transition and work these things overall format here today. So, they said two individuals out here for this division. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man here with the blue pig as your champion intermediate. The reserve will be the young man in the pig.
Our intermediate champion showman is Peyton Schaefer, and the reserve is Gary Lawson. Congratulations. Let's give a round of applause to our exhibitors as they head back to the barn. We're now ready for our junior division, Class 1. We need Carter Schaefer, Jace McCleary, Jude Brown, Sophie Uphold, Owen C., Briella Polis, Harry Kale, and Cross Kisner. Judge, this is your class. Class 2 of our junior showmanship can be preparing to head to the ring, and that is Aubrey Semple, Callie Fight, Mason Castile, Julia Sisler, Ava Lewis, Brandon Mitter, Elizabeth Poling, Wyatt Fight, and Gracelyn McCroby.
junior division here with a good group of young individuals out here that I think have some good mentors behind them overall. For me, there's two young individuals that kind of rose to the top for me here. Certainly there's some things that I'd like to see them maybe change a little bit in terms of body position. And again, I keep saying, just remember that you always keep that pig in between you and the judge, even when you're crossing over and transitioning. But for me, there's the top two individuals in here coming back for your junior drive. They're side by side here. The young man and this young lady right here will be returning to the contest.
You said Carter Shaker and Briella Pullman?
Yeah, that's it.
Coming back in Class 1 will be Carter Schaefer and Briella Polis. Let's give a round of applause as the other exhibitors head back to the barn. We're ready for Class 2. We need Aubrey Semple, Hallie Fike, Mason Castile, Julia Sisler, Ava Lewis, Brandon Mitter, Elizabeth Poli, Wyatt Fike, and Gracelyn McCroby. Judge, this is your class.
As I said, it takes something, just a little thing that, really catches the judge's eye in a current situation to, be pulled from a heat, and so you just need to really jump out here and really be strong and very attentive and stuff, and just really be in visibility at all times. And I think there's three that did a really nice job out here for me, and they'll be returning. The young lady right here in front of me, she'll be returning. The young man there beside her will be returning, and the young lady in the front will be returning for me.
Aubrey, Callie, and Wyatt. That was Wyatt's bike.
If that's, this is the little boy, yeah, I can't see his deputy.
Returning in Class 2 will be Aubrey Stemple, Callie Fight, and Wyatt Fight. Let's give a round of applause to our exhibitors as they head back to the barn. We're now ready for Class 3. We need Wyatt Calhoun, Jackson Dixon, Andy Fostoletto, Sadie Rosenberger, Kenzie Thal, Harper Ridenauer, Kira Friend, Chalice Kisner, and Riley Moats.
That everybody?
That's it, that's fine.
Judge, this is your class.
think as we progress forward in this class 3 of juniors, those of you here in the audience probably in terms of just what I've been looking for, in terms of just the structure and the presentation brought forth of what I'm choosing to bring back in that final drive, you should be able to go along and come along with me and pick the ones that you think that I might be bringing it back out for that final drive. And the 2 is going to be the 2 right here in front of me. We talk about, those individuals again that, they stay out in front of me. They grab my attention. They're visible at all times. They don't allow themselves to stay at the rail. They don't sit in the corner. They really have control of these hogs and keep these hogs where they want them to be, not necessarily where that hog wants to be. And that's one of the key things. Again, I'm going to say it. Let's just remember, we always keep that hog in between the judge and you as the exhibitor, even in our transitions from side to side. So, but great job by these young juniors. Look forward to our final drive here.
Coming back in class 3 will be Jackson Dixon and Sadie Rosenberger. Congratulations. Let's give a round of applause for our exhibitors heading back to the barn. We're ready for class 4. We need Quinn Jennings, Lane Symes, Cooper Welch, Logan LaRue, Abel Ondo, Holden Jenkins, JJ Uphold, and Bristol Riley. This will be our last class of junior showmanship.
Everybody's here?
They're all there.
Judge, this is your class.
division here. And I think, certainly as you can see, those out here that probably, I would assume, maybe in their first year, maybe in their second year, I've got brothers and sisters, some that got a little bit more mentoring aspects of things, but they're all coming out here, they're all trying, they're all doing a good job in trying to learn overall. And I think there's two, one for sure that has some more experience and stuff, and one that I think deserves to come back in terms of gaining that little bit more experience for me overall. And the young man out there at the very end is going to be returning back. Then I'm going to ask this young lady right here in front of me to return back to for our final call.
Coming back in Class 4 will be Quinn Jennings and Cooper Welch. Congratulations. Let's give a round of applause to our exhibitors heading back to the barn.
Let's get this little guy.
All right, that was a fun class. All right, coming back in our junior division for our champion and reserve showmen from Class 1 will be Carter Schaefer and Briella Polis. Class 2, Aubrey Stemple, Callie Fight, Wyatt Fight. Class 3, Jackson Dixon, Sadie Rosenberger. In Class 4, Quinn Jennings and Cooper Welch.
think we got an awfully strong group out here, and certainly would look forward to seeing these young individuals as they progress forward and get into that senior stage, because, if they're showing as strong as they are right now, give them a few more years, they're going to be deadly, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and give them a round of applause, because these juniors being, first, second, third year, being young, just did a tremendous job. As I stated before in some of the other divisions, it just takes, some of those certain things to really get out there and jump out and really catch that judge's eye. And the other thing is, as you really catch that judge's eye, make sure that you're not making mistakes. And that's some of the key aspects that I've seen some of these individuals out here, they caught my eye, I get real focused, and they make a little mistake, and that can hurt you in the end. So, but I think there's two individuals out here that when I talk about consistency in terms of from start to finish in the heat drive to this final drive, in terms of making the maneuvers correctly, not making mistakes, keeping out in the open, being visible. I think there's two individuals for me that have really done a great job all the way again from the heat to this final drive. The young man in the blue is going to be your champion junior. It did get a little bit more difficult from there, to select your reserve in this division and stuff. And, again, I talk about, having to be out here and driving these pits hard, keeping your body position, not making mistakes. And it just kind of was a little bit more difficult for me. But I think, as it comes down to in terms of things, and it goes back to a little bit more, again, consistency, going back to the heat drive and stuff like that. The young lady coming straight forward and making me reserve.
She turns around here and I can see her number. 254.
Our junior champion showman is Carter Schaefer, and reserve is Briella Polis. Congratulations. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they make their way back to the barn. We're now ready for our overall champion showman. So returning from earlier is our senior champion showman, Julia Phillips. Our intermediate champion showman, Peyton Schaefer. Our junior champion showman, Carter Schaefer. And our previous overall showman is Kristen Ritchie.
Just Carter. Yes. You'll have four in here to choose from. Our previous overall champion will be coming back. This will be the first time you see her.
You ready, Judge?
Nicole Peasley.
You guys ready?
Nicole Peasley, are you ready?
Sorry.
Yeah, I just have it.
That's fine. She's back there.
Heading into the ring, you will see Julia Phillips from our senior division, Peyton Schaefer from our intermediate division, Carter Schaefer from our junior division, and you will see for the first time today, Kristen Ritchie. She is a previous champion from 2022.
shut them down for a second. In this final drive here, I think, certainly there's 4 individuals that do an excellent job. I talk about, especially if you make it this far, that mistakes can catch up to you. As a judge, I'm trying to just, visualize and see each of you in terms of your overall presentation. And, at times though, I have peripheral vision. I can catch certain things and stuff. So at times there's certain things, that can affect things, such as, not closing a gate behind you, maybe utilizing the whip on the hams to try to drive forward. We got to remember there's certain aspects of things, our go button on these hogs with our whip is in that rib shape right there behind the shoulder, and we use directional or we use presentation in terms of that head overall. So mistakes can change things. I think we had 4 tremendous showmen out here representing their age division overall. You have to come out here, be very clean overall, be very visible in terms of your presentation. I think there is one out here that for me that just kind of really put things together, didn't have the mistakes that I was looking for overall. So let's fire them up one more time and I'll get you your champion in reserve.
Our overall champion showman is Kristen Ritchie. And our reserve is Julia Phillips. Congratulations. I would like to mention our overall champion, Kristen Ritchie, will be coming back Friday night to participate in Supreme Champion Showmanship, and that will involve her showing all 4 species: beef, lamb, goat, and hog. So good luck there, Kristen. If the judge is ready, you want to roll right into market? We're going to take just a short break, and then we'll be ready for market. We'll host the ring down, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. I would like to mention our showmanship winners. We would like pictures with you after the Market Hog Show is complete. So please, once that is over, please be aware and be ringside. We're ready to roll right into our market portion. We're ready for our Division 1, Class 1. We need Harry Kale with tag 162, Eli Riley with tag 135, Kaylin Barker with tag 141, Ethan Johnson with tag 139, Brogan Beck with tag 166, Jesse Moats with tag 267, Allison Owens with tag 195, and Lane Signs with tag 197. These hogs weigh between 210 pounds and 217 pounds. Okay, Judge, this is your class.
That's probably who it is. Kathy or Corey? Kathy or Corey? And Chloe, Polo is in the thing.
Fabulous. That's fine.
I thought you had.
Yes.
This first class of lightweights, we've got to remember these are hogs that are, progressively could be taken back home and put on the feed because they're nowhere near reaching that marketable weight in terms of what industry so desires. And, so we need to have soundness in these hogs. Certainly we need some skeletal width and design, and we need some stoutness overall to them. This young man's gilt's going to lead off. Just a gilt that I think is put together in a really nice balanced kind of a package. She's one that's got some width between those front legs. She's pulled apart about her blade pattern. She's got some shape and expression down her top and into her hand-loin junction. I think she's the one that kind of really gets out there and really comes off easy and has a lot of bend and flex off of both ends for me here today. The young lady here with our black velvet barrel will be second. One that I think follows up in type and kind, really nice. Overall, we talk about one that's got some, chest and body to it. Maybe got a little bit more softness about that middle 1/3 in comparison to the gilt that leads off. But for me, I just like to ease him up just a little bit and give him a little bit more bend out of that knee on that front. But certainly he's one that I think follows up pretty nice. The young man with our red belt at the far side, the red belt gilt will be third. One that certainly we really admire in terms of its elevation and skeletal shape that it comes forward. One that certainly has the frame to progress into that heavier weight division. We really like this one. This one just for me is maybe a little bit more restricted in her chest floor, not quite as wide in that blade pattern. She certainly has some expression down her top, really nice hand-rolling junction. She's got some shape as you step in behind her as she drives away. Just like I said, I'd like to open her up from her chest floor back into her rib for me to move her up any higher. I think it's a little bit more difficult in terms of going into your fourth and fifth. With that, two pigs that I think certainly make it, but certainly have some issues to them are the black hog and then our Duroc hog. I'm going to go ahead and use our black hog as fourth, one that certainly has some structural issues that I'd like to change about it. I just like the leanness and the elevation at the point of the shoulder with this one in terms of being able to kind of progress forward if fed right. Round out our top five in this class with our Duroc influence, one that's got a lot of shape, very production oriented, soft body, really got a big chest floor in this one, a big forearm. Certainly we'd like to give this one maybe a little bit more elevation. For me, it's in that hand-loin junction in terms of that hip structure. This one gets a little short, coming out of that hand-loin junction into its tail set, just really tightening it up overall as it progresses and drives across the ring. Bottom couple hogs around now, we got one that's a little bit more extreme and hard in terms of its body composition. I see that one and read that one is just getting a little really tight. Two other really early maturing soft mate kind of individuals that for me the leanness aspects of things are going to be less controllable overall as they progress into the higher weight.
First place in this class is Eli Riley, and he's also our first place county bred. Second place, Allison Owens. Third, Brogan Beck, and he is our second place county bred. Fourth is Lane Sines, and fifth is Harry Kale. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they leave the ring. Up next, Division I, Class 2, we need Graceland McCroby with tag 175. Jesse Moats with tag 268. JJ Uphold with tag 211. Wyatt Yonker with tag 122. Eason Atherton with tag 183. Josie Burke with tag 106. And Aries Cummings with tag 252. And these hogs weigh between 222 pounds and 231 pounds.
That's your class.
Judge, this is your class.
Our second set of light weights here. I'm going to go ahead and start off with the young lady here in the pink. Trivia comes out here again with one that I think certainly has enough in terms of skeletal width and dimensional shape to her. She's certainly not the heaviest muscled one, but she's one that I think has some elevation about that shoulder. She's got some extension and length to that spine. She's got some curve and rib shape to her. For me, I think certainly she's one that gets off of both ends fairly easy overall. Certainly we maybe want to lay that blade back just a little bit, but that's being awfully critical. Then I'm going to go ahead and use the young man coming straight forward with a barrel. One that maybe for me is just a little bit quicker pattern, a little bit earlier maturing, especially at this weight, but boy is he sound. He's certainly heavier muscle than the young lady's yoke that we're using to lead off, but for me, he's just one that I foresee that we're just going to have issues trying to get him up into them heavier weights as we progress forward. From there, then I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's three-headed bootleg yoke, another one that we really admire in terms of the skeletal width and elevation and skeletal length that this one brings forth overall. For me, this one just doesn't get off of both ends quite as easy as I'd like to see this one. Just not as much flex and bend in that knee, not as much ease, just not as big boned and big footed as what the top two individuals are. From there, then, we go with two individuals that certainly have some differences in makeup. And you want to talk about structure, we want to talk about growth and elevation. The young lady's black belt, the young lady in the red will be fourth. Just another one of those skills that I think certainly has that progressive future in terms of going and getting back on feet. One that I think can take that weight and still stay structurally sound as she goes forward. Then the young lady right beside her will be fifth, one that certainly has a lot of mass and expressiveness down at top. For me, this one just gets maybe a little bit more extreme overall in her makeup. For me, she's a little tighter in terms of that hip structure, that handling junction. Just like to loosen this one up and give her a little bit more flexibility in her spine and also down to the ground as she drives across the room.
First place in Class 2 is Josie Burke. She's also the first place county grad. Second place, Jesse Oates. Third, Ethan Appleton, and that's also our second place county grad. Fourth, Gracelyn McCroby, and fifth, Aries Jennings. We're now ready for Division I Class 3. We need Kaylin Barker with tag 140. Josie Burke with tag 107, Mason Castile with tag 264, Andy Fossolettos with tag 188, Briella Polis with tag 222, and Lane Sines with tag 196. And these hogs weigh between 233 pounds and 235 pounds.
Is everybody here? Yes? Is everyone here?
Is Mason Castile out?
Okay, Judge, this is your class.
got extra ones back there. How about
How about a Jimmy Keith?
well, here, hold on. David was asking for one earlier. Eli said I should have grabbed one now. No, that's fine.
Okay, well he can come out. We'll just leave the hog there. He can come out and show that one. Yeah, when this is ready to fly together, I'll have to go ahead and work it out. That's what you guys want to do. Okay.
Our third class of lightweights here. Our young lady in pink there. I'll start off with this guild one, and I think it's adequate enough in terms of elevation and length of spine. One that certainly's got some power coming out of its chest floor, softness in that middle 1/3, and certainly has some shape up high and down its top and coming out of that spine. I think for me it's one too, as we really follow this one as it drives across. I think has the most flexibility off of both ends. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady going away from me as second. A gilt that I think maybe's just got a little bit more height to that shoulder blade than our class winner. A little bit more length in terms of that spine. But for me, this one's maybe just a little bit more upright, a little bit more push forward in that blade pattern coming off, just not giving it as much bend to that knee. But certainly I think one that really follows up in type and kind. From there, we utilize the young man's white gilt here in front of me. One that for me is maybe just a little bit more extreme in her overall makeup. She's really hard, but she's certainly stout and powerful and big old rugged skeletal makeup to her. We just need to feed this one to a little softer. And I kind of worry maybe as we progress into that bear if she's going to stay and get more production oriented as we go. Then from there we go to the young man's black hog, another gilt that again I think has a little bit more idealness to progress forward and get up into the more industry standard weights. Certainly upon how we feed this one, one that's got some shape and leanness, maybe certainly a lot flatter about that rib shape, overall not as wide and then in terms of that chest floor, but I think one that just kind of comes along and follows up pretty nicely. And rounding out with the young lady's Berkshire gilt, one that certainly again is quicker pattern, earlier maturing, but I think this one as it even progresses to stay a little bit leaner than the young lady's barrel. That's going to round out the class.
All right, in class 3, first place is Josie Burke, and that is also our first place county bred. Second is Briella Polis. Third, Mason Castillo. Fourth, Lane Signs. And fifth, Andy Fossolettos, and that is our second place county bred hog. We're now ready for Division 1, Class 4. We need Autumn Shoemaker with tag 186. Kinsey Thal with tag 227, Wyatt Dunker with tag 123, Jude Brown with tag 148, Mason Castile with tag 263, Reagan Jennings with tag 216, McKinley Kidwell with tag 260, Peyton Schaefer with tag 104, and Sophie Uphold with tag 208. These hogs weigh between 237 and 238.
everybody?
Okay, Judge, this is your class.
this fourth class of lightweights. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady that's having so much trouble with her guilt here. This guilt, it can't have trouble getting out of the corner, but this guilt really is pretty good. One that I think, is adequate enough in terms of the scale and skeletal width and power that it brings forth. One that I think has some production orientation. She's soft-sided. She's still got some expressiveness and dimension down her top. She's smooth in that hammer-on junction. She's one that when the opportunity arose and she did get out here and she drove across the ring, I think she certainly has a lot of flexibility off of both ends. The young lady here with her black belt, other black belt guilt is going to be second. Another one that I think is adequate enough in terms of her chest board and her width of blade. She's got some expressiveness down her top, still yet some softness about that rib shape. She's one that I think still gets out and really drives pretty smooth. The young man going down the wall over there will be third. One that I think that follows up pretty similar in type and kind. One that certainly, maybe not as massive in terms of weight in there behind that blade. Like to maybe open this one up and give it a little bit more rib shape, a little bit more tone out of that spine. Maybe extend this one out in terms of that front 1/3, but certainly I think always in type and kind of our top two individuals. From there, we're going to go use the young lady's spot barrel. One that certainly has a little bit more height and elevation about that shoulder blade. One that's got a little bit more length, that's fine. But this one's just a little bit more plainer in terms of his overall design. He's a big-footed, big bone kind of individual. It's got some expressiveness. For me, maybe just like to loosen him up and in terms of that blade and that front leg structure overall for me. But certainly one that I think's got some cutability. And from there it became a little bit more difficult, and I think it just come down to, something that is fairly sound-footed and very similar. One that I think's got some cutability. And I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's blue for our top 5. One that certainly has some mass and power. For me, he's just a little bit more harder in his overall design. One that's a little bit more push forward in that blade pattern. I just like to soften this one up a little bit and just kind of give him a lot more ease off of both ends in terms of how he drives across the ring. We round out this class with some pigs that certainly have some cutability, certainly ones that are going to take the rail with a lot of shape. For me, they're just pigs that just don't have the balance and the design that I'm looking for at the same time. Maybe just not quite as sound-footed and down low at the ground for me here today.
First place in this class was Sophie Uphold. Second, Autumn Shoemaker. Third, Jude Brown. Fourth, Kinsey Thal, and that is also our first place county bred. And fifth, Peyton Schaefer, and that is our second place county bred. As our ringmen are working this last hog out of the ring, I would really like to have a round of applause for these 4 gentlemen that are helping us today. And that is Jimmy Beasley, Shane Arbogast, David C., and Adam Castile.
We just want to make sure we got these things. You want water? Water? Okay, so this we're good? Just 2. Just 2.
How about the judge? Ask the judge if he wants the water. Oh, okay.
All right, we're ready for our Division I Class 5. We have Brady Adams with tag 236. Eli Riley with tag 134, Owen C. with tag 261, Wyatt Fike with tag 159, Austin Tennant with tag 114, Kylan Goins with tag 233, Dixie Johnston with tag 121, Bryson Nice with tag 132, and Peyton Schaefer with tag 105. And these hogs weigh between 239 pounds and 242 pounds.
Everybody here?
The one they're bringing in right now. If it goes in.
Okay, Judge, this is your class.
There's 7 classes.
Yes, the other there is 7
About 6. So we're hold first and second grade outside there. Try to, and then
Class 7, just put them in the corner until everyone exits and then we'll just have to wait it.
and then we'll have to bring the county road back.
Yes, because this county road things will be a mess.
Yeah, that last class, is 54%.
Yes.
Young man skill going away from me here, leading off one that just, I think, super exceptional in terms of her power and her skeletal width that she brings forth. She's got that leanness and that extension to that front 1/3 that opens up with a big chest floor. She's one that certainly still yet, I think, has some softness about that rib. Big old turn out of that spine. The one that I think stays fairly smooth and drives out across the ring with a lot of flex. The young man here in front of me is going to be second, one that I really, really like. I like this one in terms of the levelness of design that this one brings forth. One that still has some, expression up high and still carries itself pretty nice. Maybe just not as explosive as the young man's guilt that are leading off, but I think this barrow from a side profile, I think gets out there and really has a lot of ease and flexibility as he drives across the ring. Go ahead and use the young man's barrel going away from me as third there. One that, again, has some extremeness to him. He's got a lot of width and skeletal power to him. He's one that opens up a big old chest floor. For me, he's maybe just a little tighter and flatter about his rib shape. For me, he squares off at the top a little bit more. Just doesn't quite get out as easy as what I'd like to see. I'd like to maybe just give him a little bit more bone and foot size to move him up any higher. From there, then it gets a little bit more difficult overall in terms of what we want to go for. Certainly, we know these pigs need to be lean. The young man's coming straight towards me here. This barrow, I think, is one that's certainly maybe not as trim in his overall design as the other ones, but certainly I think he's one that's got enough cutability that's going to be able to go to rail and have a shapely carcass. Certainly, I think he's one that's sound-footed and certainly has some flexibility. From there, then I'm going to go ahead and use our blue butt, or actually the all-white, blue, black mark deal here. Certainly one that needs to be loosened up and needs a little bit more flexibility overall. But she's long and lean, and she's got some stoutness and power to her. Certainly she's big bone, big footed. One that certainly, again, we just like that ease her up in terms of how she gets off of both ends, soften her in terms of her rib cage for me here, but a really nice skill. Let me end the class with some pigs that certainly are a little quicker pattern, early in maturing. Certainly ones that maybe aren't as skeletal, bring forth as much skeletal width and power as some of the other pigs, and or certainly maybe just don't get off at both ends quite as easy.
Then he changed his mind and he said blue back. Oh, so that would be good. Yes.
That was my confusion.
First place in this class, Peyton Schaefer, and that's also our first place county bred. Brady Adams, second place, and that's our second place county bred. And third was Tyler Coyne. And fourth, Owen C. And fifth, Austin Tennant. We now need class 6. That will be Brett Bolyard with tag 147, Nathan Bernonowitz with tag 238, Kira Friend with tag 245, Bryson Nice with tag 133, Owen C with tag 262, and Abigail Spade with tag 101. And these hogs weigh between 243 pounds and 245 pounds.
As soon as Abby gets in there, that's your class.
Okay, Judge, this is your class.
start those class off with the young man's field here in front of me. One that I think is a little bit more balanced, a little bit more complete in their overall design. Certainly one that I think down the ground squares up a little easier than our second place, which would be the young lady in pink over here with her blue butt barrel. Young man's build just for me, squares up. He's got some skeletal ribs. She's really cool. The part about that blade has a lot of expressiveness and turn out of that top and down that spine. One that I think stays really level out into her tail set. And when we really watch her, study her down to the ground as she drives across the ring, I think she's got a lot of flexibility. The young lady's blue butt barrel, one that certainly is massive, really got a lot of natural dimension and shape. He's really pulled apart in the structural width that he brings forth. For me, it's just down to the ground. For me, as you watch him, as he drives to you, he wants to push out in his elbow pockets. As he drives away, he just wants to just get up underneath him just a little bit more, and that's his power that he comes forth and stuff. And one that still has some cutability overall, but certainly we'd like to just see him a little bit easier down to the ground. The young man over in the far corner in the blue with our barrow, he's going to be third. One that I think just follows up in type and kind. One that's got some elevation, got some chest floor. Is he as massive and expressive as what we'd like to see? No. But I think this one stays fairly level, has some cutability, certainly is going to rail carcass with some shape. I think this one follows up and hits that third pole pretty easily. From there, then we got two other individuals that, certainly I think are a little bit different, but the young lady's all black gilt in the corner will be next. One that I think just in terms of leanness is what brings this one in there. Is it expressive and massive? No, but certainly one that's got some elevation, has some chest floor softness to that rib, and still yet has some muscles to go with it. Rounding out with our young man's Berkshire influence, one that certainly has some condition to him. But I think if we peel away and trim this off, he's one that still has some shape and muscle to it in terms of railing the carcass with some shape overall.
In first place is Nathan Romanowitz, that's also first place county bred. Abigail Spade is second place, and that's our second place county bred. In third, OMC. Fourth, Kira Friend, and fifth, Brett Bogger.
Jimmy, what do you,
leave
what
them
do you,
there.
leaving
Let 'em
them
out.
there? Okay.
Yeah. No, stay there.
All right, we are ready for our final class of Division 1. We need McKinley Kidwell with tag 259, Julia Phillips with tag 277, Carter Schaefer with tag 103, Wyatt Calhoun with tag 165, Logan LaRue with tag 221, Griffin McCroby with tag 173, Abel Wando with tag 225, and these hogs weigh between 246 pounds and 248 pounds.
All right, bring him with over here.
Is everyone in?
Yes, they're all there.
Okay, Judge, this is your class.
young man driving towards me here is going to lead off with this barrel. I think one comes together in a little bit smoother kind of a package, one that's sounder footed down at the ground, one that just has as much cutability as anything in this class. One that's got some extension to that front end. Report about that blade pattern. He's got chest floor in it, and certainly he's got some softness and production orientation. He's one that just has a little bit more flexibility off of both ends and sets down a little squarer. But into some structural issues that I kind of got to weed through. Certainly we got some muscularity, we got leanness and dimension and expressiveness up high. It's just down low in terms of feet and leg pattern is what I get around. And from there, I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies here in front of me. Certainly one that we'd like to certainly really change in terms of this feet and leg structure. Get her to drive out just a little easier, but she's still one that's got some high cutability in her. She's big and burly and hairy. Certainly, she's got some rib shapes and expressiveness. Again, we just need to really get this one to drive off of here. Then from there, we're going to go ahead and use the young man in the blue one across the ring, one that certainly we'd like to trim up. I think as we study this one and read this one, he's got some shape and muscle underlying there. In terms of cutability, he's one that's going to go to rail and have a lot of shape to his carcass up in the end. Then we go to the young man's gill here, over in the blue, one that again certainly has some extension and skeleton to her. She's got some rawness to her and shape up high. Just really need to get this one to have a lot more ease to both ends. And this one is just a little tighter pattern, a little tighter about that spine, just doesn't get around as I'd like to see. And then to round out this division, or this class, we're going to use the young man's all black barrel, one that certainly again has some production orientation to it. Again, not as trim as the same, but certainly one that I think is going to take the rail, has some shape and some cutability to the young man.
First place goes to Eagle Mondo, and that is our first place county bred. Second place, Julia Phillips. Third, Griffin Wheat, and that is our second place county bred. Fourth, Carter Schaefer. And fifth, Wyatt Calhoun. As we're getting the ring cleared out, we will be ready for our Division 1 champion and reserve. So from Division 1 Class 1, we need Eli Brooks with tag 135. From Class 2, Josie Burke with tag 106. From Class 3, Josie Burke with tag 107. From Class 4, Sophie Uphold, 208. Class 5, Peyton Schaefer, with tag 105. Class 6, Nathan Vermonowitz, with tag 238. And Class 7, Abel Mondo, with tag 225. And please be aware, if you were a first or a second place county bred, you will need to be on standby.
I think we've got a pretty nice use of hog out here. I think hogs that generally have a lot high cutability. Hogs that definitely, when taken to rail, are going to have some shape to them. They got some leanness. For me, I think there's one out here that just really kind of gets around the ring with a lot of heat stage. Really level, it's designed overall, has some shape and dimension, and one that's just got a ton of cutability off of both. And that's going to be the young man's gift.
Our Division I champion belongs to Nathan Bonowitz, and that is also our Division I Brett champion. So we need the second place hog of Abigail Spade, tag 101.
We talked about this blue barrow in terms of just how massive and powerful he is, but for me, in terms of as he drives towards you, how he pushes out a little bit on that elbow. But I think there's one out here I think that really follows through from taking time. Young lady's guilt that she's having so much trouble with here, and Warren will be reserving this to live.
Okay, listen, that was not a county bred hog, so we still have to shoot for
That one can go back now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Our Division I reserve belongs to Sophie Uphold. So now we still need a Division I county bred reserve. So, in the ring, from Class 1, we still need Eli Riley. From Class 2, Joe Burke with 106. From Class 3, Josie Burke with 107. Now it's going to get tricky, so in the barn, listen up. I need from Class Kinsey Hall with tag 227. Kinsey Hall, tag 227. And in the ring, Peyton Schaefer with tag 105. We should also still have Abigail Spade with tag 101 and April Hondo with tag 25. So if I didn't say your name, go ahead and take your hog out. No, leave them up there. So I believe we are waiting on Kinsey Thal with tag 227, and that's 4. County Bread Reserve Champion from Division 1 belongs to Peyton Schaefer. Thank you. Now everyone can exit the ring. And just to refresh, in our Division 1, our champion belonged to Peyton Bernanowitz. Our reserve champ, Sophie Uphold. Our Division 1 County Bread champion was Nathan Bernanowitz. And our Division 1 County Bread Reserve champion was Peyton Schaefer. Congratulations. We're now ready to start Division 2, Class 1. We need Bryson Brown with tag 156, Maya Lewis with tag 200, Brandon Mitter with tag 126, Cooper Mayfield with tag 241, John Nicholas with tag 120, Kristen Ritchie with tag 269, Lane Hostetler with tag 193, Ava Lewis with tag 20. Elizabeth Poling, tag 207.
Is everybody in? Get it on there. Bryson Brown in there. Yes. Bryson's in there. And a Mitter boy? Yes. Okay, yes. They're all there. I think.
Okay, Judge, this is your class.
barrel here in front of me. One that I think just comes out here and quite easily leads off. You want to talk about one that certainly is modern and a zero design, but I think when we really start studying this one, nose to tail, this one's put together pretty good. I think in terms of angularity and flex off the tail end. One that's still got some soft in that middle 1/3, has some expression and shape up high, and as you get in behind this one and watch that drive, it stays nice and square at the ground. From there, then we go and use the young man's blue head over there across the ring as a second. One that's just really stout and burly. One that with more skeletal width overall than a class winner, but one that we can maybe just like to clean up in terms of that lower 1/3 for me. But certainly one that's got as much shape up high as a class winner. One that's got as much dimension from behind and big and burly. Maybe not quite as big and stout in terms of player and foot size, but one that certainly I think needs to go second behind that. So from there, then we continue with our big burly Gill. One that just for me just has a tremendous amount of shape and power. Jody third, we'd like to see this one be a little bit softer and have a little bit more flexibility in its spine and have a little bit more ease coming off of both ends. From there, then, I'm going to head and use the young man's white gill here coming across the ring. One that I think certainly maybe just balances up a little better than our third place hog, but just not as much expression and power to come forward in this one. One that's got stability and certainly is going to go to rail and have some shape, but just need to really stouten this one up. In our fifth place, we go to the young man's black gill point grade one that certainly I think is just plainer, but still yet I think has some expressiveness and design to her. Just need to really spun up and pull her apart and give her a lot more skeletal width to move her up any higher.
In first place is Kristen Ritchie. Second, Cooper Mayfield, and that is our first place county best. Third, Elizabeth Foley. Fourth, Bryson Brown. And fifth, John Moose, and that is our second place county rep. We're now ready for Division II Class 2. We need Julia Phillips with tag 278. Gavin Stuchel with tag 231. Max Hardesty with tag 108. Gary Lawson with tag 249. Graceland Krabby with tag 174. John Miklos with tag 129. Allison Owens with tag 194. And Briella Bliss, tag 223. And these hogs weigh between 254 pounds, 155 pounds.
Tag 129.
Is that everybody? Is that everyone?
Okay, judges, it's your class.
What's up, Jimmy?
think there's certainly a pig that's most logical to go with in terms of just balance and struggle integrity, and that's the young man's gilt there at the far end. We really start analyzing this one is one that just for me has the most looseness of structure, has the most flexibility off of both, and probably the least fault-free. Is she perfect? No, but she's the least fault-free gilt out here in terms of she's got some cutability, she's got some shape. I think she needs to lead off. From there, then, if you can tell, kind of get into some difficult aspects in terms of which way we want to go. I think we start really pushing into some structural issues overall. For me, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's yoke here coming to me. One that maybe isn't as bold in terms of its overall shape. Certainly one that needs to be a little bit in that spine. But I think thirdly, when we talk about one that kind of has some give and get around the ring and drive around the ring and still has some fair amount of flexibility off of both ends, she's going to follow up. From there, then, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady in green, one that certainly, again, one that has a lot of shape up high, certainly has some design to it, but we just really need to see this one come forth in terms of its blade pattern and really be able to get around and flex off the ends. From there, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's gilt coming towards me. Another one that we really like in terms of levelness of design and softness in terms of rib shape. But certainly one that we need to have a lot more expressiveness to. I'd like to see this one have more turn out of its top and have more dimension as we behind this one to move it up in the iron. Rounding out our top five with the young man's other black belt barrow there. Again, one that I think still has some flexibility, has some cutability, one that I think is going to take a rail with some shape. This one's just a little plainer, not as much expressiveness in its overall design. Certainly one that's maybe pushing a little bit condition on it here tonight. But certainly one that I think fits in with those top four individuals forming here today.
All right, out of Class 2, first place, here is our county bred first place. Second, Allison Owens. Third, Julia Phillips. Fourth, Gavin Stutzel, and that is our second place county bred. And fifth, Jordan Nicholas. We're now ready for Division 2, Class 3. We need hogs from Bash with 154, Benjamin Price with 124, Alexis Atkins with 185, Wyatt Pike with 158, Logan LaRue with 220, Taylor Tennant with 116, and Donna Cavender with 171. And these hogs weigh between 256 pounds and 258 pounds. Okay, Judge, this is your class.
going to go ahead and start with our spectrum calico headed log here in front of me. One that I think just really kind of puts things together a little bit more easier and balanced, a little bit more complete. One that I think still has some skeletal width, rib shape, has some expressiveness up high. One that certainly maybe not isn't quite as easy as what I like to see, but I think it has some fairly amount of flexibility off of both ends. From there, then we use the yellow pair drive away from me. One that I think certainly has some softness to her. She still has some added width and power to her. She's not as expressive in terms down that top. She's soft-sided. Certainly just to change this one in terms of her balance from the side profile. Then go ahead with the young man's barrel here, black barrel, and certainly yes, this one's carrying a little bit more condition, but I think as we peel that off and get down to the cutability aspect of it, it's got a lot of shape there underneath, that's going to take the rail, and certainly I think follows in type of count. There, then it gets a little bit more difficult. I'm going to go ahead and use the white gilt there at the far end of the ring. One that I think just has a little bit more flexibility overall. It comes off of both ends with ease. Really a long spine. Got like a hog that's got some rib shape. That has some shape up high. And then you step in behind this one. Has some center of hand. Center of hand. We're going to round out the class with the young lady down here that's having so many issues, but certainly one that's really harder doing. I'd like to soften this one up a little bit overall and see what this one will do in terms of softening it up, but certainly round out the class with some pigs that have some structural issues for me here today.
Before we let these hogs out, I need a second place county, and the competition will be between Logan LaRue and Donna Cavender. So if they could stay in the ring, please. Logan LaRue and Donna Cavender. Thank you. All right. In class 3, first place was Alexis Atkins. Second was third, Wyatt Pike. Fourth, Taylor Tennant, and that was our first county grad. Fifth was Paige Bash, and Donna Cavender had our 10th place county grad. We're now ready for Division 2, Class 4. We need hogs from Nathan Baranowitz, tag 237, Highland Coolings, tag 32, Gavin Jennings, tag 254, Sadie Rosenberg, tag 13, Quinn Jennings, tag 256, Karen Lawson, tag 250, Chalice Kisner, tag 179, Bristol Riley, tag 137, and Briggs and Rock, tag 205, and these hogs weigh between 259 and 262 pounds.
Let's go.
That's everybody.
Rotate judges to your place.
Starting this flat off with the young man blue frustrating one that's super powerful. Really, cool part about that late cat and has that skeletal width down her top. If she has expressive as she could be, no. She should something like to maybe see her a little trimmer in that lower 1/3, but she's one that's got the most power and dimension. From there, then we go ahead and use the young man's black barrow here coming towards me. One that I think certainly rises in terms of the structural width that they bring through. Maybe a little bit looser structure, but however, would like to see this one maybe a little bit stronger top, especially there coming out the backside of the blade. But one that I think certainly has some cutability to it and is going to take the rail bigger. From there, then we go ahead and use the young man's caliber barrow, one that I think follows up in total kind, because he has footing and has 3 wheels as the other two. No, certainly he's the one that I think still has some shape and dimension. He's a little bit more solid in terms of that shape. Just doesn't have that kind of expression up high coming out of that spine, but I think he's one that down low still gives off the most effort he needs, and certainly he's one with some credibility to take the rail. From there, I think it's a little bit more difficult in terms of things overall. Again, we talked about the structure issues, stuff, but we talked about the carcass quality in terms of just the hardness and having and stuff. So for me, I think it's a corner with the black and the rainbows. One that certainly structural issues, yes, I agree. This one can't get out of the come in, but I think as we study this one and read this one, she's soft-sided, she still has some shape down at the top, and still as we study the rim, has some shape from center to hand to center to hand. Nice little feel she'll take the rail with some credibility. And as we analyze the ones here left, and certainly we got some differences in taking time. And we got the young lady's black barrow there going across the ring. One that I think still has as much shape, validation, and length of spine. Certainly would like to soften this one up in terms of this overall design, but ease in that spine, overall, really drawing a little harder. The rest of the hogs in this ladder make a lot of high cuttable types of hogs with a lot of power and expressiveness, but they're maybe just a little bit harder or carry forth with a little bit more finish than what I'd like to see for me to place in any iron.
First place in Place County bred is Aaron Lawson. Second, Nathan Bronowitz. Third and second place county bred, Grayson Robb. Fourth, Sadie Rosenberger. And fifth, Phil Riley. All right, the two class 5. We need Austin Tennant with tag 115, Harry Gill with tag 163, Kira Friend with tag 246, Dixie with tag 120, Griffin McCrody with tag 172, J276, Elizabeth Polish with tag 206, and Clemens with tag 255. These hogs weigh between 263 pounds and 269 pounds.
Let's start this class off with a young lady here in front of me with a tablet in a one that I think is certainly important in terms of its overall design. Is it the most powerful? No, certainly not. But is it the one with the most actual width? No, but I think this one comes together in a pretty complete package. When we talk about elevation and length of spine, levelness into that tail set, one that just has some flexibility and still yet, has that aspect where it's going to go to rail and have some cutability. From there, then I'm going to go and use the young lady's all-black field up against this. One that certainly maybe has a little bit more expressiveness down her top in comparison to our class winner. But for me, just like to see this as a little bit more softer in terms of her overall design, in terms of taking the rail. From there, then I'm going to use the young man's black barrow from away from me. One that I think has a ton of shape up high, big bulge kind of an individual. Just like to see this one have a little bit more expressiveness and a little bit more fanciness to him overall in terms of moving up any higher. From then there, I'm going with the young man's blue barrow out in the middle there, going one that's certainly a little bit earlier maturing, but certainly one that I think's got as much shape and power as anything that we have in the class. One that's going to take the rail and have a lot of shape and cutability. And from there, I can use the young man's blue back up against the fence. Another one that's super stout, contains a lot of product in this one. Certainly we just like to see this change this one into its overall flexibility off of both ends.
All right, in Class 6, first place, and first place county bred, Sadie Rosenberger. Second place, Autumn Shooter. Third and second place county bred, Abel Wando. Fourth, Brody McClure. And fifth, Brady Adams. All right, we're ready for our champion reserve. So from Class 1,
Let that black one out, hold it down
we
there.
need Kristen Ritchie, 69. From Class 2, Karen Lawson with tag 249. Class 3, Alexis Atkins with tag 185. Fourth, Karen Lawson with tag 250. Class 5, Elizabeth Foley, tag 206. And Class 6, Sadie Rosenberger, tag 152.
Let them all be outside and we'll get them all.
It laid the freestyle on my God. Read out. I guess because it's cool.
middleweight division. I think there's one hog out here that suits what my style of hog is. This one really, maybe not the longest in terms of shape and skeletal design, but one that I think just kind of comes together in a really neat package. Gets out there, stays really level from between its ears to its tail set. One that's got a lot of boldness, so its chest score stay really wide and square all the way to the ground. And that's going to be the young lady's pair of job.
This second place
well, again, between that ears and her tail set, really kind of has length and extension to that front end, softness in that rib shape, still has some expressiveness up high. Go to your rib in this video.
All right, our Division 2 champion is Richie. Our Division 2 reserve champion is Cooper Mayfield, and that is also our county brand. So now we need county reserve champion. So from Class 2, we need Garrett Lawson with tag 249 in the ring. Class 3, we need a hog from Taylor Tennant. Class 3, Taylor Tennant, 116. Class 4, Karen with tag 250. Quinn Jennings, Class 5, tag 255. And Sadie Rosenberger from Class 6, 152.
You gotta tell me tag numbers. I don't know names.
Well, Gary Lawson, tag 249. Now we're looking for Taylor Tennant, and she'll be coming from the barn. Taylor Tennant, tag 116. We need another hog from Gary, tag 250. We need a hog for Quinn Jennings, tag 255.
We got 2 hogs from Karen, right? We got Sadie's hog, and Quinn.
When?
I think that's it.
Is that it? 6? That's only 5.
Sadie is still in there, that's 1. Quinn is in there, that's 2. Karen has 2 hogs, that's 3.
This is the last.
What's your tag number, Karen?
All right, our county bred reserve champion belongs to Gary Lawson. And before we start bringing up Division 3 back in the barn, it is really hot and muggy up in the ring, Section 3, Class 1. Oh, the judge would like to take a moment for a break, so everyone